races, more faces. I have it open. Yes. So let's see. What was the problem? It was the race thing. It had a. If I go to lit mode, so for some reason there's a face right here, and there doesn't need to be one. Let me get an unlit mode. Alright. So I'll have to go to the random objects. I think it's slide 5, right? I mean, it's the most recent slide, but... Re-import mesh. No. Aha! Go! I really do need rock music for when you're riding the motorcycle down the racetrack. So I bet you if I go to everything else and I change the nanite support as well, everything will work better. Okie dokie. Now I'll have to open the slide again. But let me go to all the other slides. Especially the ones that have been giving me issues. Slide 2. You've been giving me issues, so you don't have nanite support. And slide 4. You were giving me trouble. Now I need to open slide 5 because there is a problem with the very end. And it's that you're 2. You know what I'll do is I'll apply the subdivision surface. No, I won't. What I'll do is I'll go in here And all of you guys, well, not you guys. You guys could keep your roundness, but everyone else, you're going to be perfectly like that. That should be better. Let me file, export as FBX. Slide 5, re-import mesh. We go to unlit. There we go. I can take the shortcut. Everything seems pretty good. I don't know what I'm doing. Let me just restart the level. Levels, level select screen. Select. Oh, let me also go to slide 1. Save. Ah, here it is. Delete all faces here. Delete all faces here. F. Control F G. That doesn't work because you two have to be connected. Control F G. What? File, export as FBX, and it's now slide 1. Then we go to slide 1. Actually, no. Let me... Why am I in that mode? Dissolve the edges. Then I will add 5 loop cuts. Grab only the middle one. Shrink it down enough that it doesn't affect that one. Okay. You two. I think you guys should be up here a little bit more. Don't even do that, just go up. And then you two just go up as well. Control S. File, export as FBX. Slide 1. Slide 1. Alright. Import. Cancel. Apply changes. And then we're going to re-import the mesh as well. Alright, run through the entire thing, make sure it all works out now. Aha. I see. Where am I? I'm not in hologram horses level. That's where I'm not. That's where I am. I'm in not hologram horse level. Alright, I gotta add a wall to this half pipe. We're waiting every night to finally roam and invite newcomers to play with us. For many years we've been all alone. We're forced to be still and play the same songs we sing that day. Alright, let's try this again. So I'm thinking I'll get rid of the ability to dismount. Aha. Transitions need to not have a gap. I should check out the Bioshock soundtrack, see if they have a single good song. Oh, you know what? Won't play today, but unless I restart the playlist. Five Nights at Freddy's. -5. P. And then I'll go above and beyond for the Call of Duty. 0. I see. B. A. 0. make sure you can still easily get over this hump. B, E, 0. Left side is good. What if you're slow? I doubt anyone will be slow, but we need to accommodate the game just in case. This looks like the spot it would have the most trouble, and yeah, it's fine. Alright. Now we go to the bottom of this. Alright, go back to lit mode. And put a light here. Big radius, big power. Oh, so there's a sizable gap preventing you from going backwards, but okay. So I must have just fallen off the edge then. So the thing is, I think I might need to rebalance this section because then going straight from an up curve with a consistent left turn into having to then make a right turn without any way of seeing where you're going. It's actually really difficult. Open recent, slide 4, save. So we start out, we go up here. Okay. I'll grab everything from here to there. Oh, wait, no. So you end about right here. That's when we start running into issues. So let me change this. Delete the faces. Not the only faces, just the faces. Alright. Alright, let me go. Kind of just go straight. Control FG. Oh, so I can just do that. So go straight, and then maybe I can do a left turn into a right turn. Delete the vertices. Then we'll connect all these guys together. Control FG. Okay. F. Get edge select. Just grab these guys. Control FG. Aha. Delete the faces. Control FG. There we go. That should make everything significantly better. Re-import the mesh. Aha! Imagine people playing this level and they're like, this level is awful because of the horrible track design, but it could have been worse. Okay, you know what else? Transition from here to there is too short. Because you're going downhill and then immediately are asked to narrow it. What do I want to do? I want to get this guy. Also get this guy. Why do I just not... Make you wider. Make you wider. Make you wider. Make you wider. Make you just all around bigger. And then shrink you. Make you all around bigger. Put your hair here. And shrink you. Alright. So in Batman Hush, when Batman starts dating Catwoman and reveals his secret identity to her, she's like, wait, does everyone here, or does everyone know my secret identity? And then Batman's like, well, Gordon doesn't. Does that include Barbara? And did he ever tell her that Barbara Gordon is Batgirl? Because we see her earlier in the movie. Does he ever tell Batgirl that he started dating Catwoman? Like, officially? I know Bruce Timm would get mad at that. Okay, let's try this again. File export as FBX. Slide 4. Re-import the mesh. And try again. Well, at least it's not a right turn. Again, if you can't see what's coming up, you don't need to be immediately making a turn. That's what we can do, is we can grab everything from before you become wavy. Move you out of ways so you can see what you're doing before you get there. Yeah, it's not too... There's a flat. Okay, a mid-thing transition. And again... No, because I want this block to be right here. Alright, let's try this. As FBX. Re-import the mesh. What if I... unlit? Windows Shift S. Now copy this into a GIMP. Okay. Well, just paste. Alright, there we go. This is what we're working with. Oh, wait. New layer. Layer. Alright, so I'll go over it with this black brush. Let me change the opacity to be about here. Get this rock color. I'm at 15 right now. Back to 15. Alright. Oh, too lazy. There we go. Alright, there we go. Here we go. I won't even include the secret path on that list. Okay. Go down to like 10 or maybe 11. Keep with the odd numbers. Okay. So this is the entire path mapped out. Now I'm gonna unhide it and I'm gonna go back over it with a white. So that was 5. Let's go 3. No, it was 7. Actually, let's go 3, yeah. One. It was 15, so I'll go to 11. Alright, so we can go ahead and do this. Did you know the human eye perceives smaller changes more better than large changes in like pixels and stuff? So your eye is more likely to perceive something going from FF to what is it? EEEEE than it is to perceive a pixel going from FF to 0000000. Ah, not 51, more like 11. More like 9. More like 3. Maybe work my way backwards from highest to lowest. 9. I was thinking, why do I keep thinking Pookie Bear? And then I realized it's because when I was making this part of the track, I was listening to Eileen Barton sing about her Laddie Bear being way up there and how she's way down here. I missed this? Probably said, well, I'll go back to it later once I'm done. And then I forgot about it. And then I unforgot about it. Well, I'm not forgetting about you this time. Well, it might have, right-click and forward. Might have been helpful if the curve... Oh, wait, the curve that I want to take is down here. Okay. So we'll see how much I have to redesign this after I'm done. I've also got an idea that maybe I need to split each section up into its own map, and then once you reach that point, it changes which map. Alright, how do I make this interesting? Because it's just me painting something. Did you know... What do I know? Did you know that ARM assembly sucks, but is the best use of GoTos that I've ever seen, considering the fact that GoTos are considered horrible programming in literally everything except ARM assembly, which has to use GoTos in order to use their stupid if statements. Because they have if statements, they don't have loops. So instead it's run this piece of code, or run this function. You name functions. Hold on, let me finish this bit. You name functions, and then you go to that function, and then it continues the code from that function unless you tell it to come back to where you're at. But you can only do that once. So if you go to a function and then you go to another function within that function, it'll go back to that spot in the original function, but once it finishes that function, it won't go back to your original spot. So you gotta create a second thing, a second reference to whatever line of code you were at, and then you can go to that again. One of the many reasons that I don't want to get my master's in computer science is because I realize I'd have to do that for the rest of my schooling career, which I don't even want to go back to school. I hated it. I mean, I loved what it taught me, but no, except for the ARM assembly, but... I have full opacity and get rid of you. Now I'll go back through with the brush at, let's go 3 pixels. No, not like that. Alright, get the white brush back out here. There you go. Take the black brush and push it back through. This wonderfully confusing mess that I've made. What else do I know? Do you know you can make money using the stock market, and it's actually surprisingly easy? They make it out to be super hard, and you got people and doomers saying like, oh, you need to be super wealthy before you start in order for it to work out, and also you're gonna die from literally starving to death if you even touch the stock market once. And also, because I can't make money off of the stock market, is inherently bad, and therefore nobody should ever touch it. Where does this path go? Oh, huh? But the rule is you have to do... Well, from what I've done so far, you have to have 3-to-1 odds. Not... The money you make has to be 3 times larger than the amount of money you'll lose if it goes south. That way, if you make the same trade on the same thing with the same amount of gap every... Because, you know, some futures and stocks and whatever, you'll earn less money. So, like, EA, you might make $100 per trade or lose $30 per trade. Then you go to Ubisoft and it's like $15 per trade successful and $5 per loss. I do futures market, which is even crazier. So, yeah. Do 3-to-1. File. Export as mini map. Minimao. Go back to UI. What is it? Minimao. Minimao. Alright, let me go. Just copy BP health and ammo. CV. Rename this to Rocket Mini Map. Alright, we don't need Jews. Well, we need Jews. We don't need use, or use. And we don't need any of yous. Well, we might need yous. BP third person character. We can change this to BP underscore rocket cycle player. We don't need health ticks, health size, black size. Okay, ammo we just need the bounds. So I'll make a float array. No, I won't. I have to manually copy it in. Alright. Alright. Rightmost position the rocket can be in is that corner right there. So we're going to go... Put a cube right there. Alright. Alright, try again. So rightmost position is right there. That's a location on the Y scale of that. So let's make a comment. Right. Move the comment over here somewhere. Alright, leftmost position. It's going to be right there. Alright. Put a cube right there. Comment. Control V. That right there. This actually don't need the word right. Alright. Bottom position is going to be right over here. Comment. Should also mention X, Y, Y. Alright, and top position is going to be... that corner right there. There we go. Comment. Control D. X. So those are our world bounds for the head. Also, let's... Well, first of all, you gotta go to Rocket Man X, UI, get the mini mount. Control Z. How do you lock it into size? Do you hold Alt? No. Shift? No. Right click? No. Middle mouse? No. Control? No. $140. So multiply it by the same constant. Let's do 5 for now. That looks good. Times 5. Nope. Alright. And then let's get an image. Just make it a blank square. Size X is going to be 50 by 50. Alright. Graph 2. Image 2. Set. What is it? It's set as canvas slot set position, I guess. As canvas slot set location position. Okay. Every tick we're gonna do this. We're gonna get rocket's position. RMX, get RMX. We're gonna get actor location. I'm going to say split struct pin. Alright. Get the... What we'll do is we'll get the distance of... First of all, you're a bit too big. I think you need to be 10 by 10. Let's also make you blue. Okay. Where am I? So then we go back here and we're going to say, what is the difference between these? So it's going to be, take your x. See, it's going to be x along the percentage of the distance. So it's going to be minus wait, hold on. Add, and it's going to be positive 131,000. And so that's going to subtract the negative value. So now they're both set to 0 basically, and that's 7670 plus whatever. So now we're going to divide this. Divide by 7670 plus 131,000. Alright, and then you're going to set that as your y position. Well, that's your percentage of... It's the percentage of the y. We're going to do the same thing with the y, actually. Except I'm going to do minus... What's the smallest? Alright, it's going to be plus... Wait, hold on. I mean, 84240. 84240. I said 0, not 9. Divide it by 118160 minus, sorry, plus 84240. Alright, that's the ratio. Now we're going to get our own numbers from U. So at the leftmost, undo. At the leftmost position, you need to be at that. Control V, X. At rightmost, you'll be I need to remember to click graph. Control V, X. Alright. At highest, you'll be there. Control V, Y. And at your lowest, so that's limit. The X is limit for, okay, comment. What? Alright, this is from, see, X was from top to bottom. And Y was from right to left. So then we'll multiply it by the distance between these two. So let's go times the distance between them. So it's 1904 minus 1336. And then we'll add it to the right number. So it'll be plus. No, we'll subtract it from the right number. So it'll be minus 1904. Split struct pen. Plug this into the Y or X position. Because this goes from Y to X. X is going to go to Y. So we're going to do the same thing here. Multiply it by the distance between them, which is going to be 1012 minus 628. 1012 minus 628. Okay. And then we're going to, since it went from top to bottom, and top is the lower number, we're going to add it. So it's 628 plus 628. Okay. Now we need this to spawn in. So let's go models, rocket cycle, BP rocket cycle player. We're going to say on your construction, on your begin play, we're going to, what is it, create, oh yeah, you don't have it. I think it's create widget, spawn actor from class, I think, and it's rocket mini, nope. Maybe create widget rocket minimap set RMX to self, and then add widget to, okay, viewport. Add to viewport. Alright, let's see if this works. Also, I'll figure that out later. Okay. Rocket minimap. Let's go back to designer. Cube, I don't think you're big enough. You need to be 50, 50. Let's see. Huh? I see. So that's been the problem this entire time. Simple fix. Grass. Alright, that should fix it. Okay. Now I can remove this light. Let me restart the level. Actually, let me... Why would you do that? New... Make... Vector 2. We're also going to print string. And because of that, rocket cycle, which I should have done this a long time ago once I figured out how everything works and I didn't need you anymore. Alright. $14.37. Let me try again. 14 minus 14.37. 10. 10. Let me try again from the levels. From level select screen. Let me restart the levels, what I mean. So the Y seems to be accurate, but the X is wrong. Let's see. Let's see, is it a linear issue of it just being too far to the left at all times? I have to get to the end of the level to figure this out. Oh, cat. No, cat! Ah! It's not even your fault, I just was paying attention to you instead of the game. Alright. I just came across another idea. Not random object. I need to go to models. Rocketman X. VP third person character. Alright, I think I'll deactivate the ability for Rocket Cycle to go back in a rocket without, like, a pad or something. But Ghosty Goo needs to be able to continue following Rocket when he does stuff. Alright, let's go. You set the location, say... Actually, before you set the location... Get off my hand. Get all actors of class. Ghosty Goo. For each. You go into completed, you go into that. Say set. What is it? Kill guy? Set kill guy to the new rocket cycle. Alright, let's test this out. Cat, I can't click on anything if you got my hand in your head in my hand. Don't. Wrong thing. Hologram horse. Go here. Alright. Okie dokie. Activate him. That works. And then if I go here. That's weird. So you guys know I'm the BP rock. Oh. So since... Okay. Now what does this mean about... You have gotten aggressive, Cat. Do you think you're owed me to pet you when you come up here? So you prefer my right hand for some reason? Why? Nope, you prefer my left hand for some reason. Now, one thing I want to test is what happens if I go as rocket cycle? What the? And then I get off. I die. That's what happens. Alright. Goes rocket cycle. And then get off. Alright, they don't do it. But that's fine, because I'm going to remove the ability to press space. Hey! Hey! No! No. Okay. Now what? Well, I've been promising to remove the ability for pressing space, so let me remove the ability to press space. Where's the button for that? That's left shift. And we'll pick up. Where's the space button? Hey. 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 I can pet you. Just gotta be a bit more lenient in the definition of pet. Where's the space? I know what I'll do. Space. Keyboard. Keyboard event spacebar. And then find references. Hey, hey. So you want me to pet you, or you want to push my hand away? I can pet you, but I can't pet you. Good. Takoto wa emaide maida janai. No. So yeah, what I wanted to test was also Atashita Atashi Yalu Jameni. Got to be tough. Break out as I may wo. Nai break out so may. Hey! No. What did I. Oh, I clicked. They were sitting by the sea, neath a mango tree, with a Mexicali moon above. She looked at him, and he looked at her. Then he whispered these words of love. I'm going Poco Loco in the Coco. Poco Loco in the Coco. I'm going Poco Loco in the Coco. A little. No. You got me putting pepper in my jello. Saying goodbye instead of hello. I'm going Poco Loco in the Coco. Because of you, I don't know what to do. Mountains I'd climb, rivers I'd swim, nothing I would decline. I'll even work once in a while if you consent to be mine. I'm going Poco Loco in the Coco. Poco Loco in the Coco. I'm going Poco Loco in the Coco. Crazy in the head for you. What the? You're accurate now. Alright, now you're not. Oh, yeah. No, not you. So I got my anchor point right. It's just the ratio is wrong. All right. All right. So when I add the point -84240, that comes out to 0, 0, 0, and then it goes to 1904, which is the proper x position, I believe. Yes. Therefore, we know that zero. Therefore, we know that those two numbers are correct, which means that one of these two numbers is wrong. So now, I don't have to figure out which one is wrong because they're multiply and divide immediately. They're factoring each other out. That being said, it was supposed to be divided by 5, 6, 8. But yeah, I'd use the thing for it. So, divided by a slightly bigger number. Change this from 2, 4 to 2, 6. Alright, we'll go to levels. Let's try again. Hologram horse. Let's try again. Let's go to level select. Hologram horse. Unfinished. No, not unfinished. What am I saying? Alright. What about 2, 8? What about 32? What about 2, 2, 4? Just barely not enough. Wow. Change it from a 2 to a 3. Too much. Change this from a 3, 2 back to a 2 and a 7. Doesn't have to be perfect as long as the hack works. I have to show this to Riptide and be like, hey, can you beat this level? Aha! You see, the problem is, I was looking at the mini-map and I couldn't see see what I was doing. Alright. Remember, I can take this slow. I'm not racing a horse or anything. Seems the minimap guy is a bit low at higher points. So as we go lower, I believe we'll get more on track with where we're actually at. Let me check. And by lower, of course, I mean souther. Now I'm being pulled too much to the right. Yeah, I'm perfectly accurate at the very bottom. Okay. I didn't want to fall off, but if I have to fall off to see some stuff, then I will. Okay. Alright, continue on my merry way. It's being pulled too much to the right still, it looks like. Again, down at the very bottom, it's more accurate than up at the top. So I'd be on that track, which means I can just go straight for a bit. And then this curve will be... yeah, way too much to the right. Too much to the right and too much to the down. Let me finish... no, let me not. Alright, too much to the right. This is... the bigger this number is, the more left I go. Therefore, I have to decrease this number a little bit again. 2 is too little. Let's try 3. And then... the bigger this number is, the bigger that... so down... so therefore, if we're at 131,000 negative version of that, then that comes out to 0, and we end up with an accurate... so therefore, the bigger this number is, the higher it goes. So this number is too big as well. Let's drop this from a 8 to a 5. Still too low. Still just to the right. So again, make this number bigger. Are we sure that 2 doesn't work? And make this number smaller. Alright. Let's try 1, 5. And let's try changing this from a 3 to a 2, 6. Bigger this number is, the lower you go. $40.
so it needs to go up a little bit. And to the left some more? What? Huh? So I'm too much to the left. And too low. But I'm too much to the left. And then suddenly I'm... Alright, let's make it go higher. Huh? So you were too far to the left the entire time, and then as soon as we cross a threshold... What? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you ever be like that? What is wrong with you? You know what else I can do? Let's make a new camera. Actually, let's make a new blueprint. Mini map. Camera. Make camera see in unlit mode, Unreal Engine. The green guy looks like Broly from Dragon Ball Z. Three of the Dragon Ball Z movies. Well, he's in 3 of them, but he looks like the pic art for 2 of them. Does that not look like Broly? Oh yeah. How to make a camera see in unlit mode during normal play Unreal Engine. Until unlit. I created a mini-map. It would like view from the camera that captures the mini-map to me unlit. Where to set it? Is the camera scene capture camera using render target? You could change all the lighting settings in the camera details panel. It's towards the bottom. You could do it in post-processing by using the base diffuse color instead of... It won't be a simple setting. I think you have to do something with lighting channels to work in the render distance. Ah, global illumination. None. Nope. Indirect. Method. Lumen. Indirect. Make it like 5. Alright. Lens. Advanced. Camera details panel. It's towards the bottom. Camera settings. Overskin. Nope. Camera options. Camera. Component take post process. Global illumination. I don't know how to use global illumination. Try ambient cube map. Aha! Thank you for not existing. Ambient cube map. Great. Glad to clear that up. View mode unlit when in game mode, just set the shading model of my objects in the material editor from default lit to unlit, and ta-da, the whole world looks flat. Probably not the best way if you already have ability, like, yeah, that doesn't work. How to make in-game graphic, I mean that. Yeah, to get back to me, or I don't want to watch live action film. They were animated. There were like 15 animated DBZ movies, one live action one that was so bad that, and then one live action so bad that the original creator came out of retirement for the series to make 2 more movies. And now that the anime is over, the only screen adaptation of Super Broly, a different character, and superheroes, the only on-screen adaptation of the Super Broly Superheroes arc are the movie adaptations, also animated. I think there are at least 2 animated OG DB movies as well. Alright, what were you saying? You can set each material unlit, but that's not really ideal. A Google search turned out that you can use pure white cube map for the skylight, but I'm not. You can use an X. No, none of you guys know how to do this. You're all stupid. To make a specific post-process that captures the scene's diffuse. Great. How do you do that? Lens, mobile depth, bloom texture, chromatic AI, dirt mask, camera. Shutter speed, aperture. Film, global illumination. I don't. How do you use global illumination? How to use post-process Unreal global illumination. So you select the type of dynamic global illumination to use. Advanced properties. Is a fully dynamic global illumination system that works with all lights, emissive material casting, skylight, renders diffuse reflection within infinite bounces, and it's a low-cost dynamic global illumination method, but is limited to information visible on screen. It's best used as an additive feature with pre-computed lighting data from CPU light maps or GPU light maps. So we'll use screen size beta. Okay. Do I have to like save? What do I have to do to get it to work? How do I get you to work? They're not working. Stop not working. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you see here, this. See, you're cutting off. You're not showing any of this. Why? What is wrong with you? I need a specific camera in Unreal Engine to not be affected by the lack of lighting in some areas of my game. Level. I tried using post-processing to sing with global illumination, but it's not doing a single thing. Add post-process volume, or use the camera's own post-processing settings. Inside the lens exposure setting, set min brightness. Lens exposure. Min. Set it to 10 and 10. Sorry, 10. Min brightness and max brightness. In the camera actor expand post-processing settings. See, it didn't do anything. Under MISC rendering features. Enable unlit rendering by using after tone mapping. Blendable location to after tone mapping. I also don't know how to access Minimaps views. That's great. Well, let's go to... How to use camera feed as image Unreal Engine. As image UI. Intro, tutorial. There we go. Tutorial. Let's go to YouTube because you're slow. You're still slow. Well, that's great, except I... Who is here? I am. I am. Camera options. I really don't want this to be a video tutorial thing because I don't want to watch videos on Twitch. You can spawn a scene capture 2 to use your camera location and render the scene and capture to a render target. And you can do whatever you want with that render. spawn a scene capture 2D. Scene capture component 2D. Attach. Let's delete this. Alright. Texture target. Okay. Now let's create a material. Material. Mini map. Is a 2D render target which exposes a canvas interface to allow you to draw elements onto it directly. Using Canvas renders target 2D to create a new target render. Ruggedman X UI. Call this mini map texture. Then we go in here and we say minimap texture. Oh yeah. Let's also get rid of image 2. Or image 1. Whatever. I am totally confused. Okay. What? Okay, so now so if I put like a cube here, so you're guaranteed to see the cube. Okay. So we got it right. We just don't got it right. Maybe mini map texture 2. And then I go to get you mini map texture 2. For some reason, activate maybe? No. Override primitive render mode legacy. Renders capture sources. Capture every frame. Capture on movement. Max view distance override. Capture sort priority. Use ray tracing if enabled. Profiling every race. Every name. Capture scene component 2D. Capture scene component 2D. Only making image. Only making cut out of capture. I'm not a robot. What do you think I am? I forgot to put Unreal Engine. Now I gotta wait for you to load, and then I gotta... Oh. Unreal scene capture scene component. Oh, okay. What is... I think there's a capture scene sitting... Okay. I'm using a capture scene component 2D in Unreal Engine, and I need it for a mini map. However, instead of render a overhead view of the level, it instead renders a cutout. Instead renders a black box with whatever it can see cut out of the texture. How do I get it to be literally the opposite of what it is doing? You're getting a by default, it captures 2D. Your scene capture component. In the capture settings, look for capture source. In the capture settings. Capture source. Default is probably scene color. Change it to final color LDR. Final color or scene color. Final color LDR and RGB. Alright. Same panel, set composite mode, or clear render target on each texture. Alright. Alright, let me try each of these settings. That's bad. Don't do that. Dismiss. Okay, that's not it. Dismiss. LDR and RGB. Scene depth in R. Device depth in RGB. Normal in RGB. Base color and RGB, deferred rendering only. Final color. Alright, final color HDR is friggin'. Alright, those last two are promising. Okay. It clears to black every frame, and you'll only see cutouts. Instead, check. Instead, uncheck capture every frame if you want manual updates, and set on clear color in the association. Set the clear color in the associated render target to white. Alright, set the clear color. And render target. Where, oh, there it is. Maybe clear color. Okay, capture. Set composite mode or clear render target on each subset. If it clears to black every frame, you'll only see cutouts. Instead, uncheck capture every frame if you want manual updates and set the clear color in the associated render target to white. Transparent or whatever background you want for the minimap. Set the clear color. Oh. Minimap. Camera. Yep. Okay. Scene. Capture component 2D. Show flags. Turn off things like sky, fog, pro plus. Show flags. Leave only static meshes and skeletal meshes and landscape. Static meshes, skeletal meshes, and landscape. Wait. And you guys don't count as those for some reason, I think. Either that or I changed the settings wrong. Nah. Alright, let's go. Everything, make sure it works. Yeah, that works. No translucency. Right on. Okie dokie. Particle sprites, and I think I can do fog as well. Okie dokie. Decals cloud. BSP and atmosphere. Anti-aliasing. Okay. So turning off anti-aliasing. Oh yeah, orthographic. I had to do this earlier. Anyways, turning off anti-aliasing is the only thing that removed the void. Unfortunately, it also turned off the level. Anti-aliasing in the show flags. Didn't remove the void, you accidentally stopped it from rendering most of the scene. That's why everything vanished. Okay. So I need to turn it back on. Go to your render target asset. Render target background and capture source. So go to your render target assets. Senior. Render target asset. Okay. Details find render target format. Render target format. RTF RGBA 8. Set the clear color, choose white or transparent instead of black. Gotcha. In your scene capture component, projection type, orthographic, ortho width, ortho capture source, set the final. Set to final color LDR and RGBA alpha mask. What is it? Final color LDR and RGBA. Final color LDR. Well, there's only, you're mixing two things up, but okay. Now it's rendering everything as black. Now it's just rendering a black square. Open the render texture target. RTF RGBA 8. RTF RGBA 8. I am in RTF RGB 8. Okay, maybe let me just do white then. Still a black square. If you want transparency, there is no doesn't exist. Alpha as mask is only in doesn't exist. Exist. Get out of the way! This is all that exists. Epic removes some of the older alpha masks. UE5 how to get the minimap working with the black void. Orthographic, orthowidth, rotation, capture source, final color LDR and RGB. Show flags, turn on only what you need. Static mesh, landscape skeleton mesh. Capture every frame. You can turn this off and manually update if you don't want rendering costs. Oh, sure, I'll turn off capture every frame. Or solid white background. Create a material set to unlit. Use the render target as a texture. Plug it into emissive color if you want. I am using this in UI. You completely control the black box from making render target transparent and then using UGM window with alpha blending. Create a render target 2D asset in the details panel. Clear color, Place your 2D okay, orthograph. I already am. I am doing all of this. Under show flags, turn on static meshes, skeletal meshes, landscape. I have all of this. Okay. Materials. Minimap. UI. URA. transparent, translucent, unlit. Here I da 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 na 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 da. Then your image. It's gonna be material. It's gonna be mini map. Use the material domain. User interface. Mini map. Material. There we go. No, that's not doing anything. Let me real quick. Delete this. Okay. Then I'll delete this. No, you're not. But okay, we can replace it with Army Man, sure. Yeah. I'm gonna close Minimap. The thing. Minimap. Edit Minimap. Scene capture component. Texture target. Minimap texture. UI. Material. Minimap. M. Alright, this is a UI. And its blend mode is translucent. Alright, then we use Minimap Texture 2. Final color, and the opacity. And then I go to Rocket Minimap. And I add an image. And the image uses a material Minimap M. Alright, then we go in here. And no. Wait, maybe Minimap. No, Minimap. Update every frame. No, that's a smudge on my screen. Shut up. You can't. There's no shading model with a UI material domain. There is no shading model when there is a material domain. Also, it's still a black square. Create a render target 2D. Blah, blah, blah. I already have that. I already have it. Stop telling me. Switch to perspective. Okay. See if it works now. Perspective. Yep, it needs to be. Yep, it needs to be perspective. Yep, it works when perspective, but it's still a black square. Set it to 5,000 and 1,000. Or 10,000. $5,000. $10,000. Alright, it works in perspective. It works in perspective. Not in ortho. Even when 10,000. It is definitely high enough. My render target is at the same settings it has been since you told me to change it. I have it at what you want. Shut up about those. RTF RGBA 8. Translucent UI domain. Huh? How to minimap Unreal Engine live capture. I love it when you do videos. I totally like watching videos instead of having to read and do it at my own pace. No! I refuse to watch a video! Video! Can't you come up with something original? Like text? I can't. Well, at least Twitch Chan still works. Use the material in place of an image on a widget, but the transparency and all the texture still seems like about that could cause problems elsewhere. Why am I so dumb? Because it doesn't work. 1 minus... Huh? You are using Minimap M. Huh? I set it to 0. What? Huh? 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 You're using Minimap M for the image. Huh? Huh? What? 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 Why are you... Huh? So not only is this an issue that only I have ever run into, but it... No, that is only it. That's the only thing. It's the only... I'm the only person to have ever run... to hit save. There we go. Now that rounds down. Maybe seal. Okay. Scene capture component. (2D) render as unlit. You can do a post process which returns different buffers with custom node shown in this video. Scene texture world normal. You can do a post-process material which returns different buffers from custom nodes. What are you even in? So you're in a material. Okie dokie. That will make everything white. Alright, so everything's working out fine, except you can't see everything, which is the problem because you need to see everything. So see everything, please. Anyways, that being said, how do we make you see everything? Please see everything. Scene capture, finalize the shading model. And with it, I already know what you're gonna say. Trying to create an effect where you point a handheld camera at an object reveals certain properties of the material that's in its frame. Some no processing, unlimited materials. Scene Capture 2D is rather expensive. I think the easiest setup has an array of render-only actors. You set it to only render that array. Turn off the render every frame and render on the movement. Set tick. Switch the materials on the actors out before the render scene node. Alright, 3 strikes and you're out. ChatGPT. Unreal Engine render components 2D. See everything as unlit. How? In details, capture settings, show flag, disable everything except what you need, turn off lighting and post-processing. Bird lighting. No. That stops it from seeing the lighting. Dynamic shadows, maybe? Light functions. Come in. Material, use scene texture post-process input 0. Multiply it by a very high value. Material domain equals post-process. And the scene, use scene texture post-process. And the material, use scene texture post-process input 0. Huh? In the material, use scene texture post-process input 0. Oh. Scene texture post-process input 0. Post-process input 0. Multiply it by a very high value or directly plug it into the base color. Ignoring lighting. I guess multiplying. No. That doesn't do anything, but multiply it by a very high value or directly plug it into base color. And your scene capture component 2D, post-process settings. Assign this material as blendable. The way it renders the raw diffuse color without lighting. No. Huh? How do you... What? What are you trying to get me to do? I can't comprehend your stupidity. Okay. Oh. In your scene capture component 2D, post-process settings. Are these all alphabetized? No. Anyway, there's post-process volume. Assign the material as a blendable. Your option 2 is like this. Draw a step 1. Draw an oval. Step 2. Draw the rest of the dragon. There is no post-process settings, but there is a post-process volume. That being said, what on earth do you do to make the material as blendable? Right-click the material. Okay. Open it, material editor, material domain. Set blendable location equals before tone mapping? What? Right-click the in content browser material. Call it unlit override. Open it in the material editor. Set material domain equals post-process. Set blendable location equals before tone mapping. Set blendable location. Oh. Set blendable location What on earth? What platform do you think I'm on that this is a setting that I can simply access? That is not in the blendable location. Blendable location. Blendable location. Okay, what is it? Before tone mapping. Scene color before bloom. There's no before tone mapping. No before tone mapping. Details, capture settings, capture source, set it to. In details, capture settings, capture source. Details, capture settings. Capture source. Base color. Shows only the diffuse albedo colors. Base color RGB. Aha! Okay. Now, there are still some issues. What about smooth seal? Okay. And S result. Let me try this again. Mini map. Okay, mini map. We don't need this anymore. I have learned to dance to the tango. Tennessee Tango, the Tennessee Tango. I don't know, minus 0.1. I am happy when my sweetheart and I dance the Tennessee Tango. Tennessee Tango. Tennessee Tango is fun. And waltzing seems rather slow. Admit I am happy when my sweetheart and I dance the Tennessee Tango. The Tennessee Tango, not the Fandango. The Tennessee Tango. Tennessee Tango is fun. Okie dokie. That was excruciating. I am streaming, right? I do want to clip that for Instagram and YouTube and stuff. My wrist hurts now. Please let us get in, don't walk us away. We're not like what you're thinking. We're poor little souls who have lost all control and we're forced to take that role. We've been all alone, stuck in our little zone since 1987. Join us, be our friend, or just be stuck and pretend. After all, you only got 5 nights at Freddy's. Is this where you wanna be? I just don't get it. Why did you wanna stay 5 nights at Freddy's? Alright, change the, what is it, the thing to 1080 by 1080. Surprised we to see you another night. Should have taken another job. Should have said to this place goodbye. It's like there's so much more. Maybe you've been in this place before. We remember a face like yours. I'm acquainted with those doors. Please let us get in. Don't lock us away. We're not quite what you're thinking. Lost all control and we're forced to take that role. We've been all alone, stuck in our little zone since 1987. Join us, be our friend, or just be stuck and defend. After all, you only got 5 nights at Freddy's. Is this where you wanna be? I just don't get it. Why would you? Render animation. Let's get over here. Blender projects. Now go to name. Katamogiri animations. Rocket Head. Alright, I think we need to go to Stewie. What is it? Film? Transparent. Want to stay 5 Nights at Freddy's. Do not save. UI. We also don't need minimap texture. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna click on Unreal Engine and this at the same time. Okie dokie. Then we're gonna go to minimap. But I forgot about you. Alright. Let's make a material. Call it something like Rocket's Head. And it's going to be transparent. It's going to have this in here. This is your base color, and this is your alpha. There we go. Then we're going to make a plane. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to go to Minimap. Then we're going to add a plane. We don't need a camera anymore. We're going to add a plane. Yeah, we might need a camera. Add a plane. I've asked you, begged you, pleaded to you, said I'm in love with you, but you can't. Planning to be mine. Rock's Head. Why am I mad? I'm in this fix. I wish you'd fall in love with me. Please, won't you make your mind up soon? Together we can maybe reach the moon. Just guarantee I'll love you till I'm 83. I don't know, I love you, love you, love you. So I wish you'd fall in love with me. Huh. On a dare, but you look like you wouldn't care. Anything you say except for maybe go away. I wish you'd fall in love with me. Least I ever knew. You keep on. I wish you'd fall in love with me. We could be a happy pair. But it takes more than one in love to have a love affair. That I'm in love with you, but living for I wish you'd fall in love with me. I wish you'd fall in love with me. Perhaps because this thing ain't big enough. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. No, it still ain't big enough. I don't know what's wrong with it. Go down. Okay, oh my goodness, I am mad at a lot of things right now. What are you, a scene capture component? Scene capture component. 2D not seeing object in same blueprint. Scene capture component not working. BP blueprint. That's not what the problem is. Then the blueprint does not render an object the same part of the blueprint. This often. So let me check. If I make a cube. Sorry, if I make a plane of Rocket's head, let me give it the Rocket's head. I put it right there. You still can't see it, so that's not the problem. I don't know, I'll put you down here and then I'll make it huge. There. Can you see that? Why? What about this are you incapable of seeing? It is literally right there. It is right. It is right here. How do you not see it? How? Literally right there. Hold on. Let me. Is it a cube versus plane issue? Hold on. Cube. I mean Rocket's head. 90. I'm sorry, what? And where's mini-map? You can see that part of everything. Why can you not see this part of anything? Why? Can you not see transparent materials? Is that the problem? Just opaque, that's all. Is that the problem? Okay, that was the problem. What is the lowest rated cube? You are a cube. Rocket's head. Here we go. Minimap. Take this. Make it smaller, I guess. That's just about perfect. Just about. Welly que la vis. Rakina wheels gonna wish you could shoe. Setina too. Wish you could shoe. Not seeing translucent material. Solar Steamer. Additive? You see that? Seal. Tequila Vis. Rakina Wheels gonna wish you Kashu. Satina too. Rakina Wheels gonna wish you Kashu. I need you to be translucent though, is the problem. I have an object I'm capturing set outside the skybox in the void. RGB goes into color, alpha -1, opacity, and that works for me. So stupid of me. Alpha works, but RGBA does not. Thanks. So the tutorials are telling me to make the material created from the render target to translucent and the opacity pin do a 1- from RGBA. There's a solid black background and a shiny character on top. Nothing like... Well... I just need you. Okay. Masked. Alpha into opacity. Let's see. Does this work? Aha! Masked works. Okie dokie. So, let's go. What is your current location? Your local... Let's see. Okay. Event tick. I have a thing. Thing, yeah, that'll work. BP underscore rocket cycle player get thing get actor location split struct pin set component world location alright. Make vector and lock is a vector. Make it public. mini map. Copy. Paste. Okie dokie. Save everything in case something crashes. I don't think anything will right now, but okay. Now the thing is, thing does not always exist. We're also going to do an is valid. You are valid, then you do that. Otherwise, you just be where you are, I guess. Now, every time Rocket Cycle X exists, get actor of class mini map set thing. Now, remove from viewport. I don't know how to do this. Remove from parent. Removes this widget from its parent widget. If the widget is added to the player's screen or the viewport, it will also be removed from those containers. So if I do this, okay, that's what I thought. So I'll promote this to a variable. My UI. And then we don't need this. Instead, we'll find the space thing that doesn't have a space anymore. That's it. Okie dokie. Custom event. Call it something like back to Rocket. Yeah. What do you want? My UI. I see. Minimap. What the? What would help if I actually copied the thing? No, stop doing that. Alright, what about 7,000? Six. Do 6. 7 1, so it'll be 6 6. Alright, let's go to levels. Level select screen. Save select. Nope. Okay, what about orthographic? I know you didn't like working with me when you were orthographic. Orthographic. And let's change you to orthographic as well. Hologram horse. Yes, save. I see. Mini map. I need to select you. Now I take it that your orthographic angle is wrong, so let's try 5,000. And also keyboard doesn't seem to be useful anymore. $10? 9999999. Okay, if you want to round up. Too far. Let's take off about 3 zeros. Add another 0. Take away a 0. There's a lot of the rhythm. Just barely. What about 3? That might be too much. Now, because of that, we can have the rocket head be significantly closer. We can actually have it be about down here, I'd say. Maybe even just 10. Let's see. Everything should be exactly the same this time as it was last time. Yep. Alright, then we make it bigger. Not that big. Not that big, maybe. Alright. Save all. Close Unreal. Wait for Epic Games to show up again. I don't know why, but leaving the game open for too long just causes it to start lagging horribly. Don't think it'll be a problem though, because odds are you'll beat the game significantly faster than I'll have it open in a day. Here we go. Also, I don't know if it's a problem with the engine or the game itself. Ah. Alright. Hologram horse. Here's what we're gonna do. UI. My mouse is acting up. You know, the problem with adding a pause screen in Unreal Engine is the quit button is escape, and the pause button that you'd probably want to end up using is also going to be escape. Okie dokie. Everything is working perfectly. These boxes look like they're meant to stop you or something, and failing horribly at it if they are. But in reality, they're just here to stop these things from sliding to the bottom. Oh yeah, make sure this is actually touching the bottom. It is. Big perm, Helfiger. Big perm. Big perm hell ammo. Big perm ammo. What up? I can just go ahead and make you bigger. Okay, and then... Ah. I don't know what it's listed as. Oh, BP sub-tank. Alright, so that's sub-tank 2, actually. Or 1, actually. Is it random or important? I guess it's... Alright. Now it's time for that checkpoint to have a reason it's there. First of all, hologram horse, I'm gonna change Horse Goon. Sorry, it's actually an enemy, isn't it? Change it from that. Negative 300 to 300. Alright. Anyways. Hologram horse. Horse Goon. Horse Goon. Sonic Horse. Horse Goon. Jump Scare Horse. Because why not? The idea behind Jump Scare Horse is less that it's actually supposed to be scary, and more that it's just a running joke that you will get jump scared. Randomly. Sonic Horse. Jump scare. Nope, not jump scare. I want Goon. 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 Sonic. Goon. 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 Sonic. Sonic. Goon. 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 Sonic. 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 Goon. 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 Okay, seems like you guys all clipped through the floor. It's fine. None of y'all really matter either. Anyways. Which horse goon are you? You should all have 1 damage. It's harder to hit you than it is to accidentally hit you. 20 unit damage. 1. How to detect if no object is possessed Unreal Engine. Get controlled pawn. I will do for delayed for loop. Delayed inf loop. So check every 2 seconds. Get controlled. Get controlled pawn. Get player controller. That is how you do it, right? Yeah, it's get player controller. Okay. Get controlled pawn B if is valid. And if you are not valid, Rakina Wheel's gonna wish you Kushu Satina too. Rakina Wheel's gonna wish you Kushu. Then we will get actor of class. Third person character. What is your normal? Normal. Player start. Gabby. Variables. Spawn lock. Spawn lock. Let's initialize it. Paste. Set spawn lock to And then, what we do for you? Alright, what we do, it is 39060. 333 versus 5, so we added 200. That's the same number. So then we do plus 200. Alright, then what we will do is we will say get actor of class, set actor location to spawn lock, then plus $200. Okie dokie. But then we also got to do the whole now back to me. Updated save, ammo. I can't do anything about that. Oh, I don't even have to set you. I can just do the new location. So it's now back to me. Target, I can't set your health, so we'll just set it to 100. No, 216. Updated save. Get save file. Have to assume it's actually just get health. Get ammo. And then this is the new location. There we go. Huh? Hologram horse stage. Print string valid. Wait, we don't need it completed. Checking. Should have seen that coming. Alright, we go. Yes. Levels. High game horse. Open level blue room. So it's invalid. Possess. Nice. No more soft locks. Oh, there's something about enemies going below a specific Z point, isn't there? If its Z location is less than that. Alright, call it min dist. Defaults to -2500. But all of the horses, Horse Goon, particularly you guys, any Horse Goon here. So it's 16 to 35. You should actually be -3,000. Same with all the Sonic horses. There we go. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter too much. Anyways, I'm getting a bit tired, so I'm gonna stop streaming now. Bye.